Okay, good morning everybody. Excuse me. Feels like it's the first time I've spoken this morning. No, it's not. A little bit of tea and then we'll get cracking. Okay, so stream this morning, we're just going to carry on with Naguld for Crystal Collapse. Started working on him yesterday, so where we got to. So you can see him in the corner of the screen. This is the progress on him so far. So you can see he still needs a staff. I need to do his little fireball in his hand, and I need to do a couple of little details on his hat, but nothing major, and then he's ready to rock. Mr. Bunker on Facebook this morning, surprisingly. Good morning, how are you? Hope you're doing well, that matey. Right. Get the image up so I can work with it too. Okay, so let's start with the hat details. Let's get those last few little bits done. A couple of little ribbons. I say it's nothing significant at this point, but dynamic off so I can actually see what I'm doing properly. Right, I'm going to slice to get this effect here. Group and dash. Let's delete that. And then mirror and weld. Perfect. Send Mr. Rich a message as well because he's just messaged me something. Okay, so I'm just going to give that a little bit of Dynamash again. Just going to use the move tool just to jig it about. Morning Bunker, how are we doing? Sparky Face 5, good morning, how are you today? It's a new name on the stream. Hope you're doing well. What brings you here this morning? So leave that there. I've just noticed that one going through. Let's just correct that. There and there. Right, now when I pose this guy, I need to be really careful to make sure that this and this connect, because that little gap is a no-no. It's less of an issue on this side, but it's definitely there on that side. So I think if I tilt his head a little bit, I can connect it at least at one point. Awesome sauce. You into your miniatures then, Sparky, or you a sculptor? Just a D&D fan, generic fantasy enthusiast? Not saying you're generic, of course. Okay, so just to enlighten everybody on what I'm doing here, this is a character called Naguld. He is a mage for our Crystal Collapse game. So Crystal Collapse is a tactical tabletop war game. He uses 4 to 6 models a side. It might just be me talking quietly, mate. Is that any better, mate? Move the mic a bit closer, and I am using a little bit more oral projection. Projection, not protection. That's that's something else. Okay, so oh, brilliant. Well, Sparky, if you want to do the or Bunker's going to beat me to it now, isn't he? But if you do !Discord, we've got a Discord server where you can come and share your work with us. Just share some renders and showcase your stuff. Give yourself a little bit of self promo. Good man, Bunker. Good stuff. Good stuff. Okay, so if there's anything you need to know about miniature making, mate, just fire up, shout away, and I'm always happy to help. There are some things, if you're used to making digital miniatures in 3D or digital models in 3D for like video games and things, there are some considerations you'll need to take into account with miniatures. But most of those kind of things you'll figure out yourself if you print them yourself. So I'd definitely encourage, try and get yourself, if you haven't already, grab yourself a 3D printer. Do your own supports because you'll learn a lot. And just print everything you do. And that way, when you come to do the supports and you come to do the printing, there's a lot of times, even I still do it now, you find areas where you need to improve it a little bit. So even if you're a well-seasoned miniature maker or model maker or whatnot on the kind of digital minis for, I keep saying minis, digital models for video games, animations, etc. There are some additional considerations you'll need to account for when you're making miniatures, and they all come down to printability and paintability. So just bear those few things in mind. What's going on this morning? My throat feels all groggy, like I've got hay fever. I don't think we've had a sunny enough summer to even warrant that yet. Okay, so a couple of, I think there's a button on his hat here somewhere, so let's just insert that. Just do one on one side here. Push that into the surface so it's got no cavity underneath it. And the other thing, obviously, with miniatures is that you got to remember how small they are. Excuse me. So yeah, typically your miniatures are going to be like 32mm from the foot to the eye. You're going to want to make sure that the details read well. So you don't want to be going for realism. You've got to stylize everything. Guys, I'm trying to mute my microphone and try and clear my throat a little bit here rather than subject you to it, okay guys, while I'm just sculpting. Well, that's a bit better. Okay, so next thing on him is the little, I want to call them like buckles, but I'm not even sure if they are. Let's just make one and then we'll duplicate that 3 times over and we'll use it. Do you know what it is actually, mate? It's chilly in my office today. It's 16 degrees. Well, it's now gone up to 17, but yeah, 16 degrees when I came in today. It is, isn't it? Everything's just like zip up hoodies and. I feel your pain, mate. Oh, see, I'm just wearing a t-shirt at the moment, but I feel like I'm suffering for it. Because we haven't even had a summer, have we, this year? We had a warm spring, and then we've just been bypassed for summer. Bonker, stop it. Kind of speak is not allowed on stream. Don't make me banhammer you, mate. Australia. Cold and dreary in Australia. Cold and winter, yeah, of course. I always forget your seasons are like opposite to ours. It's Christmas in summer for you guys, isn't it? You are right, Bunker. Banning you would be like kicking a little puppy, wouldn't it? Right, let's merge these bits together. Let's shrink them down. Let's hope to God that they actually will print on the hat. We sweat through Christmas every year, but that's more the effort of like enormous amounts of eating rather than the actual temperature. Copious amounts of food rather than anything else. Yeah, I don't know if you see anything or if you hear anything about it, but England at the moment, the weather has been absolutely abysmal. So we've just had our summer holiday last week, and we went off to Cornwall, where it's usually, you know, relatively nice in August, and it rained every single day. So we had a nice time because it was a nice family holiday and whatever else. But honest to God, it was not the nice weather we're used to. Not by a mile. Okay. So the only thing remaining now is his staff. So let's make that. We'll append the cylinder. Make it to about the right kind of thickness. It wants to be about that high, I think, looking at it. So I'm going to taper it off at the bottom. And at the top we're going to do some how to do this. I'm going to mask it to about there, I think. Let's subdivide it a bit first. I'm going to mask it to about there, and then we'll go to bend curve. No, can't do it with subdivisions. Let's turn subdivisions off. Try again. Bend curve. Kurtwig, how are you doing? I'm very well, thank you. Nice to see you on stream today. How are you doing anyway? Got that done. I'm going to use the snake cut tool. I'm going to dynamesh this with some polish on and low res. I'm going to pull the bit out of the back here. float around there. Okay, and then we need a little peak at the front as well. Just there. This is totally out of proportion, by the way, so I'm going to have to stretch this quite a bit now. Let's bump up the resolution. That's gone all weird. Just do a little bit of lean up on it. I actually do want some angles in here because this is I want it all to be too angular, but oh, for God's sake, I thought I had this covered. Let's just mirror it on. Well, oops. I can live with that. I'm going to fill this in, but I want it to be quite irregular. I don't want it to look too clean. Oh my god, again. Right, let's actually remember to put symmetry on this time. Once I've got it symmetrical, I'll do some asymmetrical detailing on it, like the wood grain. Just getting a little bit of shaping going on here to make it a little bit less regular. We've got a little snake hook nodule about here. Right, then at the bottom, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this, so let me just see if it's going to work. So if I put radial symmetry on, yes, it does work. Brilliant. That's what I want. Okay, so radial symmetry, we're going to come down here, bump the radial count up high. There we go. And I'm going to just do a little a spear tip on the end. Oops. That didn't work, so I'll do it. That was a bit zealous, but it worked. Turn the radial symmetry off. But we can turn all symmetry off now. We should be on to wood graining this. Shrug our staff a touch. That looks about right to me. Crystalline. What do you do for a job, Kurt? Or Kirsty, rather. Ah, like a mighty or a I used to do health and safety and facilities management. I used to get told off by your lot for spending too much on my credit card. It only prints on the right side of the bed. That's a bizarre one, mate.
Someone is at the front door.
Hang on a second. We'll just check this because I don't know if. Guys, I just gotta run and get the door. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Sorry guys, I don't need to go and get the door. Haley was there. I thought she was in the shower. Right, it's a bunker then, so it only prints on the right side of the bed. Have you got a flat pancake on the left hand side or anything? Or? So basically, if it's a failure because of like temperature or bed adhesion or something like that, there'll be either a pancake silhouette on the build plate, or there'll be something stuck to the FEP, or both. Sometimes you get both. Sometimes it delaminates after a little bit, but you'll get something on the plate. If there's nothing at all there, then that means that either the screen's broken, and you'll be able to check that by putting a build on without anything on the, to like take the build tray off and everything, take the build plate off, take the tray off, and just run a file that you know works, and see if anything's on the other side of the plate. If everything's there, then it's fine. Then it's probably just that one file that you've run. So you might just have to just reslice it. Yeah, even with all of that stuff, mate. If the thing failed, you'd have some evidence of a fail. There'd be, let's say, a pancake on the FEP, or there'd be something stuck to the build plate, or something in the resin floating around. If there's nothing at all, then that means for whatever reason half the screen's not working. It could be that the file that you've sliced is faulty and it just needs to be resliced. So that would be the first thing to try. But check your build, check the screen is running the layers fully without any build plate or anything on. So remove all of the hardware off the printer, the resin vat and the build plate, and run a print, and just keep an eye on it. You're best off putting a piece of paper on the top to kind of diffuse the light a little bit so it doesn't damage your eyes. And you'll still see what you want to see is that the obviously the layer exposure that is shown is across the entire build plate. If it's only on half the build plate, you might have had half your screen fail. Is it on one particular file then? So it's unusual for nothing at all to come up, that's the thing. Reslicing is your first thing to do. So definitely try a reslice before you do anything else, because that's, in this kind of situation, that's probably your most likely cause. Files get corrupted quite easily, especially if you're not using like, you know, great memory sticks. I know you've upgraded yours recently, so you should be alright with a stick, but the files can still get quite easily corrupted, and if there's a fault in the file, if you've got one file that repeatedly fails for no apparent reason, it's likely to be... Thank you, Elston. Good morning, sir. How are you doing? Yeah, it's likely to be a software fault with the actual sliced file. It's been a while, matey. How you doing? Fair dues, and you thought you'd just pop up and make me shit my pants. Thank you, sir. Same, mate, just busy. Just working through various projects. Obviously we've got Crystal Collapse going on at the moment. I've got my my Kickstarter, which I'm hoping to launch tomorrow for the Privateer. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. yeah, we just got back off a family holiday, so kind of burned out after that a little bit. So just recovering now. It's mad, isn't it? You can burn out after a holiday. Yeah, well, we've had. I mean, the week we had was just. It was just rain all the time. Do you know what I mean? So it was hard going from that point of view. But as holidays go, it was nice. It was a nice kind of nice chilled holiday. But when you got the kids there and they're like, you know, they need constant entertaining, and then you got like Haley doesn't know how to just relax and wind down, so we end up like every single day has to be something. You can't just have a day where, you know, you just chill and relax a little bit. And then I'm the one that does all the driving on holiday then. So we go down to like, you know, Devon, Cornwall, and everywhere down there. We're staying on like a farm in the middle of nowhere. You ain't going nowhere if you're not driving. So it's me driving, so. Oh yeah, forgot about your Greek wedding, mate. How's that? Big fat Greek wedding. It's a long way to go for 4 days, isn't it, Greece? I was thinking if you're going for like, you know, if you're going for 1 day, you want to travel about an hour. 2 days, 2 hours, etc. You know what I mean? But we did recently. We did Real, which if you heard me speaking about it at the time, you'll know I'm not a big fan. And the holiday to Real took us like, wasn't really a holiday. It was a nostalgia trip for my niece. But yeah, so she we ended up going down there. It took me like 5.5 hours to get home from it, which is just ridiculous. Was it the family that made it hard work, mate, or was it the fact it was a wedding and you were kind of on task and whatnot? Oh, sorry, I've missed your comment above. Saying me, mum and dad, you realise why you moved out. Do you know, we had the same thing actually with ours. We had a friend of Hayley's called Steph, who's she's lovely, but she turned up and she was basically like, "Do you mind if I take photographs at your wedding?" And we were like, "Yeah, sure, go for it," you know. And we just thought she was just, you know, just taking photos. Turned out she'd been doing some kind of like amateur photography for a while. She wanted to like get a few weddings under the belt, and she obliterated the photographers we'd actually paid for in terms of the quality of the work and the quality of the photos. So we found that the best photos that we had from the wedding were from Steph, and she'd just kind of gone around kind of capturing moments. So rather than having everyone staged and kind of standing there like, you know, posing for photos and all this kind of stuff, she'd just kind of gone around when no one was expecting it, just taking photographs, and she got some fantastic pictures. And we far preferred those to the ones we paid like 600-700 quid for. You never get 700 quid's worth of value out of a wedding photography, you know what I mean? But oh, congratulations! That's a nice and fresh one. We had our wedding anniversary on holiday just. We've been married 11 years, and can't believe that's been as long as it has. Oh, the office is warming up, but it's not warming up fast enough. I'm divering now. It's not very warm. I got a lovely little summer dress out for Willow to wear today, and then I ended up putting her in jeans, a t-shirt, and a cardigan. Willow doesn't mind; she's quite happy, but Hayley's gutted. She's bought her all these summer clothes now, and she's going to end up kind of not getting any wear out of them because summer's been crap. How are we doing today, Rich? Did you find your masks, mate? Awesome sauce. So I'll say if you need me to if you need me to convert one of those masks for you, it shouldn't be a difficult thing to do. What, my magical swirlage? Fair enough, Rich. I'll say it. You only need to ask, mate, and I'll always do what I can. That's why we've got Count Olaf, isn't it? So this is not obviously in the design, but that little crystal's just floating in midair. And I haven't even explained what I'm doing here, sorry. The crystal's floating. And if I leave that crystal supported as it is in the drawing, we're going to just see the crystal snapping off like a support every single time because the points of contact's too small. So my thinking is I'll put these little magical swirls around there. They'll offer the crystal some support. Do you know what? It's no good, look, guys. I'm too bloody cold. I'm just going to have to put the heater on behind me. As much as it pains me to do it. Very nice, matey. I will look forward to seeing you. How you get on with him? Has he been introduced to anybody yet? Have you kind of shown him off yet, or is he still kind of an ace in the sleeve? You painted him then. Did you show us the painting, or is it still a secret from us as well? Can't remember if I've seen him. I always cast anytime you're ready. Make sure you get the discount code before you buy anything, though. you gone for like a sickly pale skin on the on Olaf, or have you gone for like liver spots on him or something like that? I think that's what I'd be doing. Okay, that'll do. Let's merge that down. Shitting, right now we're... ready to save it. I'll have to get some photography done later on today, and I'll show you some of the models I've been working on painting. I've been trying to blitz a load of stuff off my painting desk. So I've got my I've got ghouls. I've got what have I got? I've got the barbed devils. I've got the Bulazu, the kind of goat men. Imps. I've got my Cambion in progress. I've got the Hellhounds in progress. I've got some Quasits done. So yeah, just trying to work. Infernal Legion. My Merrigans are done, pretty much. So yeah, I'm just trying to work through the whole Devil Legion so far now. The Infernals. And I'm sure, I can't see him anywhere, but I'm sure I got myself a Narzugon out. It's got to be kicking around somewhere. I can't lose a model that really big. Okay, so let's get this dude posed. So I need to get them. Let's get the ruler in. Let's merge visible. What now? His hands. I can cheat a little bit with his hands because he's got armoured gauntlet hands, which are actually very similar to this guy's. So I'm going to do exactly that. I'm going to take his hands. Saved me a bit of pain and anguish when I'm how do you make something of a certain scale? Well, actually it's all to do with the minimum thicknesses of things. So certain so these guys are all going to be 40mm scale, which means that the thinnest thing you want on any normal miniature of any size is about 1 millimetre thick, maybe 1.2 millimetres. So when you're sculpting in scale, you have to allow for those details to come out in that kind of thickness. So this guy's staff, for example, the smallest part of his staff needs to be at least 1 millimetre thick. So if it's not 1 millimetre thick, it's going to be too thin and fragile for kind of like everyday use. And it's also possibly going to break when you're trying to remove the supports off. So you need to have that certain level of thickness to it. If you don't have the thickness there, then it becomes a problem. And that goes for things like the thickness of his robes, like where he's got his billowing robes and things like that, and capes. They also need to be 1 millimetre thick, otherwise you end up with structural problems, like they go see-through. And they become very brittle. So some of it is to do with the size of things. Like the larger the model goes, typically the closer to realistic scale you can make, like things like the heads and hands. So the bigger the model is, the smaller the hands can be proportionally. The smaller the head can be. So these guys have got slightly smaller heads and hands than I would normally put on a model, but that's because they are a larger scale. Let's go steal Hector's hands now. And get over to Naguld. So we obviously start with a ruler. The ruler is what gives us our starting scale. So we're going from the foot to the eye line here. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 mil. So 40 millimeters to the eye line. So when we pose him up, even if he's in a squatting pose, because we've got this ruler as a constant, this guy's always going to be the same scale, even though he's bigger or smaller or whatever else. And sometimes I want a model that is going to look like a giant. So I'd still start with a guy this big, but then we'd remake a new frame that is a giant scale. But things like the detail, like the hair and stuff like that, the density of the texture on the hair would be the same on a guy who's this big as it would for a guy who's twice the size. Which means that the bigger the model goes, the more time you spend detailing it. So if I'm sculpting giants, for example, and I have to do fur, like any like fur pelts or anything like that, it's going to take me a lot of time. If you see, there was on the YouTube channel, you'll find it. There was a Cursed Empire stream I did where I made a Troger, and obviously he was about 80-90 mil tall, and he had a big dire wolf pelt hanging off his belt, and it took absolutely bloody ages to texture it because it was so dense with fur, such a large area to fill. Hang on a second. Yeah, it was such a large, dense area to fill. It was a very difficult one to try and get right, and I had to have a human model next to him to use as a scale reference. You're welcome, Cursed. Right, so we're gonna take Naguld, make his staff 1 polygroup. Same with his hat. I'm just going to merge everything on his hat. Auto group first because I've got some weird stuff going on. Okay, group that. I quite like that hat. It's a nice, unusual design. I have to say, kudos to Alex. He's pulled it out of the bag on this guy. Thank you, Kirsten. Not my design, of course. It's Alex Aquino. I think he actually joined the Discord server yesterday. Cheers, Rich. I don't think I need the leg. Yeah, that's fine, he's gone. Right then, let's remove his hands. We're still chewing it over at the moment, mate. We're thinking physical, to be honest. Although it may also end up having some digital elements. So the game itself, we're going to be we're getting prices at the moment for the various different components to be produced as physical. So we're thinking it'll be a game box with like a 50-page rule book, a couple of decks of custom cards, and a bunch of dice, and then it'll have, by default, we're going to have meeple stand-ins for the characters. So there'll be like little either cardboard tokens or plastic tokens or MDF tokens, whatever. And then we'll have the premium upgrade to add the miniatures in. Because we're kind of pitching it at like a board game market as well as a miniatures market. So there'll be 8 characters included in the core game, which are the ones we've been looking at, that I've been working through. There'll be the 8 characters in the core game, and then there'll be a boss monster plus we were talking about doing some monster bundles as well, so you can have like an AI combat system. Where you can fight, like, you know, do solo play and fight monsters rather than other teams. So we'll include some classic Final Fantasy type monster fodder like wolves and goblins and the bombs and things like that, you know. So but yeah, we're chewing it over. The only thing that's stopping us kind of going straight down the route of we'll make it print and play is, so we want people to play the game. The plan we've got for it is we're going to make the game, release it, and then we're going to go, right guys, now you've had the game for a few months, we're going to go and release Season 1. And Season 1 is going to have a story arc beginning, and we're going to give you a couple of characters as part of Season 1's release. There'll be a campaign with some scenarios, and there'll be a story that you'll be playing through. And the story's got multiple outcomes, and what we're going to do is we're going to ask you guys to then play the game, feedback with a battle report your outcomes. And by the end of the season, by the deadline for the end of the season, what we'll do is we'll collate everybody's reports back in, and we'll be like, right, so this team won, this character, you know, so say let's say we've got Naguld and we've got Corrado in two opposing teams, and we say, right, these two characters must be in this campaign scenario. So you play these two things, and basically one of the characters may end up dying or having some kind of like outcome depending upon whether they win or lose. So we'll have this story in our kind of like bank, if you like, that we know which way it's going to go, but which one actually becomes canon and which one actually gets written into the story and the lore as a canon, you know, bit of writing. Bit of lore will be completely down to you guys playing the games and how well it works out. So yes, that's the plan anyway. But obviously, to do that, we need people to be playing the game. And the issue I've got with releasing everything digitally is I know full well how many models I sell a year, and I also know how many printed photographs I ever see, how many times I see photographs of printed models and painted models, and it's nowhere near as many as I get sold. And I think if I was selling more, if people were printing the models that they were buying, or people that printed the models that they subscribed for, and then showcasing them online, I think I'd be doing better as a business. I'd have more customers coming in because people would be seeing the models online and whatever else. So it's that whole word of mouth and all that kind of business. So putting a barrier in the way of you have to print this stuff yourself is kind of defeating the point of where I'm trying to get to with this. We need that player engagement. We want that player engagement. And putting a barrier in the way, saying you've got to print all the models yourself first, it's not a big deal because they'll all be pre-supported. All you've got to do is line them up and print them. But it's still something else you've got to do, so that they end up in people's pile of shame eventually for painting, but they're also in someone's pile of shame for printing for a good while before they ever get done, if they ever get done. So if we end up with like 2,000 backers on the Kickstarter, I want 2,000 people on that Kickstarter to have physical models in their hands and a game that they can actually play, rather than a load of stuff that they've got to try and find time to print and produce and make up and whatever else. So that's the logic to it. If I could guarantee we'd get the uptake and the engagement with digital, I would be happy to release it digitally, because this is like, these are single characters. So like if someone's buying the models, they're going to be buying a single character. I'm not talking about like people having to buy units and units and units, and we're making loads of money because we're selling loads of units. This is the thing. So, Kurt, if you're interested and you'd like to, we're about to start doing playtesting. So if you've got Tabletop Simulator on Steam, we're going to be doing like beta testing through Tabletop Simulator shortly. So I think Max has pretty much finished the rule book when I last spoke to him. So for the initial release that we need to kind of get played through, that's pretty much done. So we're just going to convert that from German to English, and then if you want to jump online and get on with some playtesting, just jump on the Discord and give us a shout, and I'll set you up and add you into the group. I mean, we'll do whatever happens. We'll be doing them as physical, so we'd never only do digital. But if we do digital releases, we'll be doing them exclusively for personal use. There won't be any commercial licenses with them, because we'll be doing commercial stuff directly for ourselves. and the models will probably only be available through our website as well, so I won't put them on any platforms like My Manufacturer or anything like that. They'll be just on the Lion's Tower. Okay, what was I doing? Chatting. Right, I'm going to rotate his body a bit, so I'm going to just take the top of him. And we want that to be rotated to the left, I think. Tabletop Simulator, it's about £5 or £6 or something like that to buy, and it's on Steam. So basically what we've done is we've made an asset pack. So on Steam you've got all the characters, you've got the cards, you've got dice, you've got tokens, you've got the character cards. We'll show it soon. Actually, we'll do an actual stream. Me and Max will do it, and we'll play the game like live on stream, and you guys can kind of ask questions and kind of get involved with it and see it happening. And we'll do that before we release it to you all for beta testing. But yeah, in terms of beta testing as well, the other option we can do is if you don't have Steam, what we can supply PDFs of the books and things, and then we can make a pack of models available, so you can actually just buy a beta pack. Good morning, Padre. How are you doing? Hope you'll keep him all today. Let's just rotate him this way a touch. Leaning backwards a little bit. Just push that all in. Don't need that. Got a couple of hands artifacts that I'm just going to delete. Oh, brilliant! Thank you. I'm doing all right, thank you. So Padre, are you a digital artist or miniatures enthusiast, or are you just chilling and looking for something to watch for a little bit? And Kirsty, so ChillCon, I'm just negotiating with Steve, but it looks like I'm going to be having a stall there. So there's 2 actually coming up for ChillCon next year, according to Steve. We've got ChillCon Derby and ChillCon Sheffield coming up. So I'll be at both of them, I believe. So that'll be a nice one to attend. Right, fair enough. Well, Padre, if you've got any questions and you want to know what I'm doing, or if I'm running through stuff too fast and you're missing stuff, just feel free to shout off. I'm always happy to help. Cast this off from here. Turn that ruler off, it's annoying the hell out of me. I don't know. Steve told me they were doing both, but he didn't specifically say what was happening when. So I'll keep you posted and let you know. But Derby's a bit closer for me. Neither of them are really close, but Derby's a little bit easier for me to get to. I think it might even be a case that they're still trying to negotiate the venue, to be honest. So they ain't going to be far off. Do you know what I mean? But they'll get something in soon. So I'm wanting to look. So yeah, there we go. The hat's connected to the hood now. That's perfect. I need to. Oh yeah, it's done. His chin needs to touch, which is absolutely spot on. And then the hair at the back. I just want to use that to fill some of the gaps. So. Oh, cheers, Alston. Thanks for chipping in on that one, mate. Sunday, March. Now around the back here, I need to fill this in, so I'm just gonna block this like that. Okay, it doesn't look incredibly elegant, however, you ain't going to be able to get in there to paint it, so I don't need to be too concerned about it. Get this dude's stuff in his hand. That is not a euphemism, do not turn it into something dirty, Elston. You would there, mate. I know you too well. Like, even though right now you're trying to think of a penis joke to make that's different to the one that I've just prevented you from using. So the stream dead. Everyone still hear me and see me and everything? Or does Rich just mean that the conversation dried up? Let's put a fireball in his hand. So can everyone still see me and hear me? Speak or forever hold your peace. Sorry about that, guys. Are we all back then? A bit bigger. Thanks for the brown underpants, Elston. Sneak attack indeed. I thought the stream had died for a minute. Oh no, it did. Well, at least on Twitch, at least. I'd be interested to see if YouTube suffers when Twitch suffers. So is it the OBS or is it actually Twitch that's the problem? How are you getting on with your YouTube now, Elston? And there we go. I think we're going to call him done. Unless there's something I've missed that's really bloody obvious, and I should have picked up. I think I can call him finished. There we go. Let's just merge his trousers together and right, the stripes on his trousers. Do you think I should I pin line them into the front so they're a sculpted detail, or should I just leave them free for you to paint freehand? Oh, nice, a new material from Elston coming up soon then. Alright, so you guys would prefer the pinstripes to actually be a sculpted feature. Fair enough then. Ta-da! There we go. Oh, bollocks, I've just done and missed it. Didn't mean to do that. Cursed, you're welcome. Okay, so now everything is a sculpted dude. Oh shit, there's some spikes on it. You know, I'm going to leave them spikes off his stuff. There's going to be breakables. Right, I'm going to duplicate him now. So I've got this on Naguld Poly, so if I need to come back and amend it or adjust it or anything else, I can use that version of him. We'll hide that one. And then this one, I'm going to remove the groups and we're going to do a Dynamesh. So he's going to go from 12 million polys to around about 3 million or something like that. Well, we were talking about ultimately we're going to end up with one character for each card in a playing deck. So standard deck is what, 54 cards? So we'll do that basically. We're going to end up with 54 characters. For the initial game, we've got 4 characters aside, so we've done, I'll show you. So we've got these 4 so far, plus Naguld now. Oh god, they've got to download. This shouldn't take too long, hopefully. So we need 8 for the game. So we've got these 4 done already. So we've got Hector, we've got Corrado, we've got Joshua and Fina. There we go, it should load in now. So we'll now add Naguld to the mix, and then we've got There's only a couple more to do, 3 more to do before we're ready to push the game across the line. So while that one's going, I was going to quickly show you my Kickstarter, because this is hopefully going live tomorrow. While these are just downloading. I've just got to get the supports done for the model and get her on test print, and then I'm good to go. Guys, I've just got to mute the microphone just a minute. Just got a call coming in. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, done guys, it's alright. I'm waiting for inquired about getting some slabs to finish off the patio at the back. There's a lady around the corner who I've had to message, and she's home now, so I can go and pick them up. I'm going to be finishing about 2 o'clock, so I'm going to go and grab these slabs then. Okay, so I don't think so. Did it crash? I had to put it on mute a second, so I was just on the phone. Okay, so guys, so these are the characters we've got so far. You can see they're 40mm scale, so they're a bit larger than the usual. In fact, you know what, let me just see if I can get my camera to work today. Yeah. No, it's just the just for these. So let's just repair them so you can see them properly. Okay, so here we go. So we've got Hector on the left. We've got Fina, the female like catfolk white mage. Joshua is a lancer, like a dragoon. And then we've got Corrado, and now we've got Naguld to add to the mix as well. So we've got the black mage too. So the next bits of artwork we're going to be working through. Oops, I'll show you. So we've got Victoria. She's got like a little squirrel type creature as a familiar, as a pet. So she'll be up next. We've got Lisa. She's pretty epic and badass. So I'm looking forward to making her. And then the last one we haven't actually got artwork of it in the folder, but he's an assassin called Amarmel, I think. And he's a catfolk again. So let me just find. The stream's off again. Can you guys hear me? Right, is anything happening or are we just frozen? Okay, so it does look like we've got issues with Twitch at the moment, so apologies if you're watching on Twitch and the line's pretty crappy and the stream's broken. I've just posted a YouTube link in the Discord channel. Please feel free to jump onto that one. Right guys, can you all see my my page? Hey Sparky. Yeah, everybody's hopefully everyone comes over onto YouTube and it's a little bit easier to manage then, but I'm not sure what's going on with Twitch. I'm not even getting any notifications at my end, it's just dropping off, so apologies for that. This is a new Kickstarter about to go up. I am back. Hooray. So yeah, so this is my new Kickstarter model. So she's done. She's ready to rock. We've got her STL ready. So I'm going to be putting her up on the page tomorrow, hopefully. So after stream's done, I've got a couple of versions of her. I've got to support all these little bits. So 2 different versions of her: the NSFW version, the booberific version, and then the fully clothed one. The cannon, the what do you call it, like the cannon chassis, and a couple of cannonballs. So we've got all them done, and then I've got a stretch goal, 200 backer stretch goals, the only one I'm including in this one, and this is for a catfolk version. So it's basically got ears and a tail instead of a pirate hat, but we've got to get the printed examples in there ready to rock, and then we've got the add-ons available for the barbarian and the warlock. So you asked about scale, actually, Cursed, earlier, and I've actually put a thing in here about scale. So yeah, just while they were loading, I just wanted to show you that anyway, and then the stream crashed. So hurrah! So yeah, so she's ready to rock anyway. She's going to be going up tomorrow. Okay, so in the meantime, let's say we'll look at the characters here again. We've got the Crystal Collapse ones. So we've got these 4 characters. We've got, thanks Kirst. We've got Hector the King. We've got Fina the White Mage. We've got Joshua the Dragoon Lancer. And we've got Corrado the Paladin, I think. So after these guys are done, we'll get the next few on. So I just need to let's close that. Let's get Naguld print ready first. The full colour image, it's digitally painted cursed, so I'll be able to show you on him actually quickly. So if I turn off my poly groups, I've just got like a white base. Over here I've got a paint tool, and I've got various different colours and stuff I can use on this, like this colour wheel kind of thing. So let's see if we go for the same kind of colours that Naguld is. Let's go for like a purpley kind of grey, and I can go to his trousers, and I can digitally paint his trousers in. Now it's easier obviously to do this in pieces rather than when they're all merged together, so what I should probably be showing you is like here on this version. So I can isolate trousers, I can get the stripes in. Very easy than painting models on the with the brush, isn't it? So we get all of them blocked in. I'm just doing this roughly, obviously. If I was doing this for presentation, I'd be a lot more careful with the placement of the stripes and the pin line. So the pin line I'll probably paint in dark, but what I would do is I'll use some masking for it. Yeah, I only really take the time to do this on like the Kickstarter models where I want the presentation to be like, you know, sharp. So, oops, that one's supposed to be green. So what we do is we do this, we get the colours in, and then once I've got the base colours in like this, I tend to do this with like the darkest shade. If I was smart about this, what I would have done is I'd have filled the whole thing with the dark blue, grey or whatever colour it is, and then just painted in the yellow stripes or the goldy coloured stripes. That would have been much more sensible. But no. Why would I want to make my life easy, eh? Why would I want to do a thing like that? What's that there, Bunker? Has my Twitch gone down again and you just... just do the frontage and I'll finish demonstrating what I'm doing here. So basically I'll do this the same way as I would do models. So so we'll take the gold colour. Well, let's do the blue. Let's do the blue grey first, and then I'm going to switch colours there. I'm going to pick that, and I want a lighter version of it. So with a lighter version in there now, I can go and pick up the highlights. Okay, and I'll take that one tiny little notch higher. Oops, hang on, screwed up there because I shouldn't have done that topology on for that bit. Okay, and then we'll go back to the gold, get the gold colour, and we'll just lighten that one off and we'll get a lighter shade of that. Printing, 4 hours, 5 hours, give or take. Depends how tall they are, really. It's based on the number of layers, so we're averaging about 2.5 seconds a layer, give or take. And say an average print, and again, it depends on your layer count. So like on your layer thickness, sorry. So my layers tend to be 0.25 microns. So an average print for me would probably be, say, 2,500 layers. So 2,500 layers at 2.5 seconds plus movement time. So say, I don't know, 5-6 seconds a layer maybe. Yeah, for a normal model that's not got like a big tool spear or something, you're probably averaging about 4 hours, give or take, 5 hours. Everything I'm doing here, by the way, you can do this with actual paint on the model. You just need to use thin layers and glazes. So if you wanted to apply some of this kind of technique, it's easy enough because I'm literally doing what I do on models. There we go, there's Naguld's trousers done. Although I would probably go and let's just take that darker and let's just do a very, very small pin line in there of dark, just to kind of properly separate and differentiate them. So there you go. Well, yes and no. I mean, technically, the way it'll work, Kirst, is the build plate. So let me just show you. Let's get Naguld exported first. Let's get him done and dusted. So let's take him. We're going to just pre-process. In fact, I can't pre-process him yet. Let's cancel that. I just need to go through and just do a little mesh inspection first, because I know there's a few areas I need to deal with. So let's just get down here first. Let's fill that little area. So this is just getting rid of any little nooks and crannies that aren't going to work properly. And there's a little issue I've got there, so let's just deal with that. Let's just put his fingers back on there. Okay, so that's the hand dealt with. Probably do want to just inflate that a touch more. I don't want that little bit, that little gap. No. We can get. So on the printers I use at the moment, I use Sonic Mini 4K. They've got a 6-inch build plate. So we can get probably 8 of these models on one build plate. So it should be about 4 hours per set of models rather than per model. But I'll be picking up some Anycubic M3 premiums. So the Anycubic M3 premium, that will give us a 10-inch build plate, which is, it sounds like it's not much more than 6-inch, but it's actually like 4 times the amount. Because you double it each direction, so you get like, you'd have to put 4 build plates next to each other to kind of fill the same amount of space, give or take. Not quite, but kind of almost. But you get a bit more usable space because you can't always print right up to the edges of the plate, so you can you get a little bit more usable real estate. So you probably get about I mean, the way I would do it is I'd do it in batches of single models. So if we've got like 1,000 models to do, I'll have 5 of these printers running. We'll have 5 printers, and we'll generate a build plate for each of the printers. And on each one, we'll probably do the same model at a time. The first run will just be, 20 copies per plate of each mini. So with 5 printers running, we'll have 100 models coming off the plate every 4 or 5 hours, and then yeah, I mean after that it's just switch out, do another set of models and keep going. But the plan is, like I said, once we've done the first Kickstarter run, we'll then go and do the first season. So we'll get the first season prepped. So we'll have, you know, a few hundred models printed, ready to go when the season launches, so people can get in and get their orders ready. And at that point, we're aiming to like be holding stock rather than doing everything print to order. I think I've done pretty well with this guy actually. There's not many areas that need attention here. There's a few little bits like here, but nothing mega. Who are you pulling off, Bunker? See, I'm spending too much time talking to Alston now. Does the snipping of the structures take a long time? Yeah, I mean, I'll show you a little video of my stuff coming off the build plate, but no, basically it doesn't. If you buy models from other people, it might. But Elston, Bunker, Rich, anybody that's worked with my stuff will tell you that they come off the printer clean. Because I'll make sure they bloody do. Morning, Xander, how you doing, matey? This one's actually going to be a bit bigger. This is a 40mm model, so there's a little bit more detail going into this guy than I would normally be doing. I'd normally pare it back a touch. There's a bit more detail on this guy than I would put on a standard miniature. That's just a support issue, that is, Bunker, mate. You'll recover it. Okay, so he's good, he's ready to go. Let's just do his Dynamesh again. Let's do a process. Yeah, I've got a few of these models printed here, Xander. So if I can get my oh, you bugger! Come on. Right, I just need to let's close that down a sec. Let's come back into here, and I think. Right, so if I change that to, bear with me a sec, guys. Right, so I think I can show you now. This is what I couldn't show you yesterday properly because it wasn't working. Ah, that's better. I can actually focus. Right, there we go. So we got these guys, and there's a normal miniature next to them. So that's the scale difference we're working for with these. So we're going 40mm on any of these guys, which is, it's about a 10mm increase in head to the eye line, obviously. Let me just see if I can focus in properly. There we go. So there's Hector. We've got Joshua. We've got Corrado, and then we've got little old Captain Zaherd from the Kingdom of Telarius. Yeah, they came out pretty good, man. And they're all on 32mm bases as well, so you know, sort of 30mm bases, sorry, so slightly larger than the usuals. That's a bit of a weird layout. What's going on there? Let's put you back on. Let's put you back on the sculpting. Okay, so decimating is 785,000 polys now, which is fine. Going to get in here and just sort this out a little bit. I'm just going to just do a little bit of inflation just around the edge. Just try and close that little gap around the back of his legs that's going to make it difficult to paint. Cheers, Xander. Well, you got to remember with GW minis as well, they're engineered. So because they're done in plastic, there's certain limitations they have from different angles, and they have to kind of like maintain certain kind of like chunks of detail size and whatnot. So they're working within like limitations that we don't have to deal with when we're doing 3D prints. So if I start making plastic models, you'll start seeing a huge difference, but hopefully it won't be going down that route. So, but thank you for the compliment, matey. Largest you can print. Depends how big your printer is, really. I suppose there's no real answer to that. You can get printers that are like 20 centimeters tall, 25 centimeters tall. You could scale it up and print that big. I mean, for me personally, I tend to keep mine to 32mm scale, but in 32mm scale, I've got some models like Lucinda, who are pretty big. So yeah, you just have to kind of, I always try and make sure they fit on a 6-inch build plate. So if you've got like a Sonic Mini 4K or equivalent, then it will work. Sparky Face, thanks for the YouTube sub. Decimating now. We'll select the ruler. Hide the Naguld with the polys. So we're only exporting the one that's been decimated. And I'm just going to export. My Y dimension is set to 100mm. Export to STL. go. Right, so next model we need to work on. Shall I do supports, guys, or do you want me to do another sculpt? Ah, there's Fina. We love Fina. Supports is the kind of the skeleton structure, the frame structure we have to build so that the models will print. Right, so this is version 1 of Lisa. Do you know what? Let's do Victoria. Okay, so I need my female base mesh. Let's start with the Fina one if I've got that again. Oh god, what happened there? Oh no, it's like a little squirrel fox thing. I can't remember his name now, but the intention in the game was that she would send him off to like harass you, and he'd like crawl into your trousers and like make you miss your shots and things like that. So he kind of he does have an assist function in the game. She's not a druid. She's just a ranger, I think. She's just got a little friend who's a fox. Right, let me just get my. She shouldn't be too tricky to make, I don't think. Oh, nice. You actually can get iron made. If you go to Shapeways, I believe iron is an option for them. But I think they use like lost wax investment casting to produce that rather than actually iron. There are some military bridge 3D printers that I've seen where they're actually using the bridges. They actually build the bridges using steel, using iron or steel through the 3D printer directly. So you might be able to get them. I don't think the accuracy is going to be very good on them. going to mark where her ears are. I'm not going to sculpt her ears properly because we're not going to see them. So, Victoria. Yeah, Xander, the other thing you've got an option to do as well, by the way, is you can always mould the print. So if you can find somebody who can print it large enough for you, using like an FDM printer, probably with some post like polishing kind of finish kind of thing on it, then you can make a rubber mould of it and cast concrete into it. You just need to find somebody who knows what they're doing with it. But yeah, you could do stone easily. That's what they've done with garden statues and garden gnomes and stuff for forever. Oh, the bowstring's not going to get added on as a sculpted piece. It'd be far too small, far too fragile. I'll just sculpt the bow, and then if people want to add a string, they can do it with like a bit of fishing wire or some thread. I could sculpt it if it was larger. I mean, if I was doing like 75 to 100 mil, I'd be tempted to add it. It'd still be fragile, but I could do it. It'd have to be exaggerated though. So yeah, in this particular case, because there'll be no actual bowstring included on the model. For the most part, you won't find models sculpted with bowstrings because they'd have to be too thick. It wouldn't be practical. They look weird. But you do often see people add them in as part of the hobby end of the cycle. Dab of super glue and a couple of lengths of thin thread, and you're good. Xander, oh, big one. Gargoyle Knights. You played D&D so much you dreamt about it. Basically, the dream. The party was ambushed by goblins. They pushed over some statues, destroying them. These statues, that were like knights with wings, came alive and started decimating the goblins. One of them grabbed a goblin and a drill device popped out of its bracer and drilled into the face. Nice. So they're kind of mechanical gargoyles, aren't they, or some kind of automaton or something like that, maybe. Kind of thing that an artificer might use or build. Oh, what are you playing in D&D tonight, Kirst? Or do you not know? Cross between a gut. Yeah, sounds like it. Yeah, I'll get that. Oh, I spy a peak. Do you know there was I'm alright with like the whole violent side of things usually, but then like there was a book, and it was I can't even remember what it was. It was one of these like adventure type books. like an Ian Livingstone type one. And I remember there was this, I think the main character was like a barbarian, and when the book ended I was like, oh my god. And it was like there was a whole you think he's going to go in and save the day and everything else, but it basically ends with him being captured and tortured to death by goblins. And it was such a kind of surprise ending to the book. I can't remember what it was, but I just remember that there's a bit where they pin him down, and apologies if anybody's squeamish here, but they pin him down and then they use like a rusty serrated knife to cut through his Achilles tendons. And there's just this like whole description of him kind of like, you know, screaming out in pain and this whole thing happening, and it's like every time, even now talking about it, it makes my arse clench. Just kind of like just thinking about it, you go, oh. And it's one of those like bits that was like, it was so graphically written, and the act itself, just, you know, cutting through the Achilles tendon is just something I just think, oh jeez, no thank you. Like almost anything but that, do you know what I mean? Ow, ow, ow. Have I hollowed that? Yeah. See, I know how things will stick with you sometimes. It's weird for me, I don't normally get that kind of, what's the word, like visual with books, if you like. Sometimes I do, but yeah, the old Blood Eagle and everything. That was vicious, wasn't it? It's the whole thing with Blood Eagle though is unusual, isn't it? And it's like, it's a punishment, but it's kind of not a punishment for him as well. Because it was all about whether or not, you know, whether he goes to Valhalla or not was completely dependent upon whether he could just sit there and just take it. You know, whilst he's awake and conscious and having this whole thing done to him, it was just brutal. But if he stuck it out, he'd kind of be forgiven and admitted to Valhalla and whatever. But oh, it's just nuts, man. It's just, you know, the whole idea of it. It was a final opportunity for forgiveness, wasn't it? For redemption. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, Kirst. Did they do it a second time? They did it more than once, didn't they, in the series, if I remember right? But I don't think it was as... I don't think it kind of had the same impact after the first one. You'd have to be hard as nails to actually go through that at all, wouldn't you? You'd also have to be really devoutly religious to even, you know, you'd have to have no no doubt that the afterlife was true and real and everything else. Because like, if you even doubted it for a second, you'd be like, what the hell? What's the point? Oh yeah, symmetry brushes are a real boon when you're doing any kind of like sculpting. But there comes a point when you have to kind of like say, right, enough's enough, I've got to turn it off. Because they'll get you like, you know, 80% of the way there, but if you rely on them too much, everything looks weird. Yeah, nailed it, Bunker. I mean, I have to say personally, I'm not even remotely religious myself. So I went to a Roman Catholic primary school, funnily enough. And after years and years and years of just having it drummed, you know, prayers 3 or 4 times a day and church every Friday and all this kind of stuff, and like, you know, everything was like, you know, RE taught every single day in school. And by the time we got to the end of it, I was like, it's not for me. You went through the mill there, didn't you, mate? Yeah, I think that's the best one. I think we're going to see a massive drop off of people following like mainstream religions. So I kind of feel they don't really kind of go with modern life, and I think as we get into like these younger generations, I think they're going to there won't be time for them, if you know what I mean. Like, given the choice, I think a lot of people would just opt out of it altogether. Generation Z type, you know what I mean? I mean, there's always the ones who are brought up with it, and they're fine with it all and they get it, but the problem with religion sometimes, though, is that people take it to absolute extremes, and kind of commit atrocities in the name of it, and that's where there's an issue, isn't there? And then people who follow religions can get all like high and mighty about it and everything else, but then actually, everyone's as bad as each other when it comes to that kind of thing. Because you've got, Islam's responsible for a load of bad stuff like in more recent history. But you go back, and I'm not talking about all Muslims. I'm talking about in the name of Islam, you had like the two towers and all of that kind of stuff. Although I still suspect it was a fool guy, like a scapegoat a little bit. But you look at the Crusades and the stuff the Christians did and everything, do you know what I mean? There's like, they did some absolutely bloody awful things. The Inquisition. Look at the Puritans and the... what do we call it? Salem witch trials and all that kind of stuff. Some crazy stuff has happened in the name of religion. And this is going to make me sound like a nutter now, but I'm still of the opinion that we've kind of like the whole ancient alien theory, I think, is more viable than actual gods. I was actually talking to my son about it last night. We watched an episode of Ancient Aliens about giants, and they were saying how like there's Sardinia, I think it is. They've got like tombs of giants all over the island, all over Sardinia. There's like these tombs that are like between 9 and 12 foot long. Yes, nobody expects the Inquisition. But yeah, they've got these like 9 and 12 foot long tombs, which look like they belong to giants. There's huge, great big structures that are enormous, but for a body to be preserved, or for a skeleton to be preserved, there's got to be very, very specific conditions. So if you fell dead on a field, like a battlefield or whatever it is, or end up buried in mud, you're going to end up with even your bones deteriorating and crumbling to dust. So if giants existed and they just went through conventional burials and they lived as part of society or whatever, there wouldn't necessarily be traces of them. Now, there's written documentation of it in all of like every single culture around the world at some point has had giants. So you go to like the Greeks and you've got like the Titans, and you've got their giants and whatever, So there's always references to giants in history, in like myth and folklore and religious texts and stuff. there's a whole book in the Bible called the Book of Giants. So there's all this kind of stuff that goes through there, and it's one of those kind of things. There's no trace of it in modern society. It's written about in cultures all across the world. Is there any truth to it? And then you look at things like Stonehenge. How the hell do you build Stonehenge unless you've got actual giants to help move the rocks? Because those things ain't little, they ain't light. So, I think Games Workshop nailed it on that one. Nailed it on the head with that one when they did the Giants of Albion back in the Dogs of War days. But yeah, I don't know. There's just loads of stuff, and then we were talking about the the whole issue of like language being a limiting factor, and your current level of technology. So say if you take your mobile phone or an iPad or whatever it is, and you travel back to the medieval era, or ancient Greece or ancient Egypt or whatever else, and you walk around with a tablet and start showing them like videos or games or whatever else, there are literally no words in their language to describe what they're seeing. They can't deal with screens, they can't deal with animation, they can't deal with anything, any of the technology aspects of it. You can't talk to them about hard drives and processors and stuff like that. It means nothing to them. So if you literally look at it from that point of view of, so we're reading in the Bible, we're reading in historical books, we're reading in myth and legend and accounts of from, what do we call it now, from religious texts. You read about all these kind of things in there, but you're reading about it from the point of view of somebody with understanding that was current at the time. If you reassess the text but with a more modern language, you can interpret it and you can read into it that there are other external factors. They talk about chariots of the gods, don't they? Vimanas and things like that, where they're saying like it literally could be a spaceship. And there's descriptions that basically, that they read as a nuclear war, and there's evidence that's been found that kind of backs that up. So there are certain things that you kind of go, all right, with hindsight, looking at these kind of descriptions that they give, and about angels coming down from the heavens and wreathed in fire and all this kind of stuff. There's a whole load of stuff where you kind of go, actually, are we talking about angels here, or are we talking about something else? Is it just something you can't physically explain with the words that you've got available to you? So yeah, there's a whole lot of that kind of stuff, and I'm more inclined to believe that that's the case. The fact that every religion kind of has the same stuff in it. There's obviously individual differences where they've been evolved and developed over the years, but there's all the foundation of them, and the stuff that is at the core, and the gods. They're all looking up to the heavens and whatever else. You can't kind of ignore the commonalities between them. So yeah, the pyramids. They reckon the pyramids are at least 10,000 years older than they've been dated at, don't they? So yeah, well that's it. I mean, there was something I was reading. I think it was. I've got the Chariots of the Gods book, and there was a whole section in there where they were talking about. I can't remember the name of the civilization, but it was a city, a civilization that was living in the Gobi Desert, and they were at war with Atlantis. And they basically fought a war on the moon, and it ended with a nuke. Basically, the Atlanteans nuked these guys in the Gobi Desert, and sometime like in current times now, they've gone out into the Gobi Desert and they've explored, and they've found a city, and they get this city and they dig it all up, and there's these little blobs of glass around, and they looked at them, and Giga counters going off the rails. That it's going crazy. The radiation levels in this place are mental. And and then they find these globs of glass. And when they did molecular analysis of the globs of glass, they found that they were pottery. It was ceramic. And the only way you can get ceramic to turn into glass is with basically nuclear fusion. You got to get to nuclear bomb level of temperatures to be able to melt ceramic into glass. And they found this stuff all over the place. So they're kind of saying, that this is more radioactive than Hiroshima. And you've got this whole kind of these radioactive glass globs and whatever else. And you read the rest of it, and they're talking about a war on the moon with Atlantis. That reeks of high technology and whatever else. And there's the whole thing about Atlantis being a kind of a highly technological, highly advanced civilization anyway. So so it kind of, there's a lot of stuff there, and obviously it just fuels your brain. And when you're doing these kind of this kind of stuff that I'm doing now, with sculpting models and creating worlds and all this kind of stuff, you kind of drill into those kind of tropes and those kind of backgrounds, and they're quite usable. Xander, exactly. Horrifying to look at, avert your eyes, and all this kind of stuff, and well, Bunker, I wouldn't put anything past the bloody governments. Again, sounding like a mad conspiracy theorist now, but the way the last few years have played out, I can't help but feel the government. Yeah, chuck a link in, mate. Chuck a link. I can't help but feel that the governments have been instrumental in screwing us all over for months, for years. Kind of trying to drill this fear and stuff. Everything from what we got. Pandemic hitting in 2020, then we've got the whole vaccination side of things and all that kind of stuff, and then we go off into food shortages and the war in Ukraine and energy crisis, everything else. It's really, is it really? We've got energy companies raking in ridiculous levels of profit, record profits, and they're still standing there telling us that it's an energy crisis. I call bullshit on that personally, but stop yabbing now and do some sculpting. I do think we're being lied to. I think we're being manipulated, and I have no idea why or what the outcome is going to be. Oh god, yeah. This is an AI thing. AI generated angels. No, I do kind of think there's too much weird shit in the world for it to kind of all be made up. Now you can't disregard the fact that people are creative and people have imaginations and stuff. But when everybody's saying the same things and singing from the same hymn sheets, with thousands of miles of space and no means of communicating with each other between them, then there's got to be a little bit of something, isn't there? So I talk about this kind of stuff with Jacob and he loves it. Hayley sits there rolling her eyes going, "Are you done yet?" But I find it interesting. Do you know what I mean? Ah, so we do like a little, we do Rocket Raccoon, but as a Kirsty edition. Yeah, I have. I'm not sure about all of that kind of stuff though. But there was something I was one of the episodes I watched the other day, and it was about aliens in the South Pole, I think it was. And I was saying that in World War Two. So I've heard that like Hitler was basically a massively into like the whole alien technology thing. He was after like the Apple of Eden and the all these other kind of, was it the Spear of Destiny and all these kind of things. He was after all of these kind of artifacts. And one of the things they did was they sent a team of scientists to the South Pole. And there's caverns under the South Pole that are maintained at like a 21 degree like ambient temperature. So like everything else is freezing, but it's like 21 degrees inside there. And they reckon they've still got potentially teams of scientists down there, like developing technologies and, you know, learning from aliens. It's all weird stuff, but there was an account of a famous, "Hey Debbie, how you doing?" Famous general who I can't remember his rank now, but he was sent to explore it, and he ended up getting chased off by what he describes as an alien spaceship, basically. But how are we doing, Debs? Happy birthday to him. Garden party, you're brave, aren't you? Got your wellies out. Fair enough then. Still though, that's some hardcore dedication, that is. way the weather's been over the last couple of weeks. Been appalling, hasn't it? Fair enough. It's like myself. My birthday's November, so there'll be no birthday garden picnics for my birthday. Yeah, I know what you mean, and it is a little bit kind of what's the word now? Yeah, like I mean they Marvel jumped on it, didn't they, with the whole Hydra thing? I mean that's where the inspiration for Hydra's come from, is this whole fascination with the occult that the Nazis apparently had. You never know, do you? Keep you on your toes. Does it make more sense now? When I could have said something, I don't know why I even ran. I was still doing the bloody skirt, and then randomly just decided I'm doing hair now. Yeah, I mean, historically the It's Operation Barbarossa, wasn't it? The invasion of Russia by the Germans. That was the downfall of them essentially. Then wasn't it? Because like everything froze, like the tanks froze. They just couldn't physically operate in those conditions. Oh, you say that though, and it's like at the same time we've got the Russia trying to fight the Ukraine at the moment, and they don't seem to be doing too well. From what I've heard about them, anyway. The wiggly brush. When I do the like hair strands and stuff. I have to say I enjoy it too, Kirsten. Oh, do you know what? I think Naguld, the one I've just done, is one of my favourites. I'm really looking forward to doing Lisa. I love the character design for Lisa. We've got some really cool dragons and stuff coming up as well, which I'm very much looking forward to doing. Elma, who's that? Let me give you a quick preview of the dragons. We've got 3 designs that we put up. If you want to have a little look, actually, you go into the Crystal Collapse discussion page on the chat here. So Max has been posting them up. So we've got these 3 here. So we've got Shiva, which is one of like the summons we're going to be doing as a boss character. So we've got this version of Shiva. We've got this version. I like the pose of this one, quite dynamic. And then we've got this version, which I think looks badass. Reminds me a little bit of like the Saint Celestine model from GW though. Or various of their other kind of like more stat. Oh yeah, Alma, that one. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I know. Do you know what? That may well have been part of the inspiration for it actually, because we've taken a lot from like that kind of legacy kind of strategy games, like Final Fantasy Tactics in particular. It's original. It is all original, but it's like the actual game itself is based on Final Fantasy Tactics. In some respects, in the kind of having the kind of the square grid and like the facing of the models is important. So when you move the models, you place them down. When you finish your move, the aim, you always want to be trying to attack your enemy from the rear because you gain a benefit to doing it, just like in Final Fantasy Tactics. So you try and position your models behind. This one. Or the badass one. I actually really like Shiva. I really like version 3. Bamut or Garuda, I think he's calling him in this one. But it's Bamut to me though. I like this one. I really like this one because it reminds me of the old. It's a classic pose from the Final Fantasy VIII Bamut. And then we've got this one is pretty cool, and then this one is just badass. Any of them I'm happy with. I've got no issues with any of them. They're all cool. But I'll probably end up making all 3 of them no matter what. Just because they are that good. Shiva wise, I mean, again, I'll be happy with any of them. Number 3 would personally get my vote, but I'd quite like to see number 3 in the pose of number 2. So, which one's Velius under? Let's have a little gander. All right. Are we talking about Belias, the big Minotaur thing? This one. This one of these, yeah? Or we're talking about something else. We may do a version of him at some point. Yeah, well, we're gonna use my already existing version of Ifrit. Just because he's cool, we can. So Ifrit already exists. He's going to become part of the game. Oh yeah. Oh, hang on, the music's ramped up a bit and it's gone a bit loud. Give me a sec. Right, guys, I'll tell you what, I'm going to just take a quick break here because I haven't stopped yet. I'm going to go grab a brew and a little nibble or something, so I'll be back in like 5-10 minutes. Well, let me know when it's your birthday, Deb. I'll square you up. Guys, don't go away. Have a little browse on the web store if you like. Go and check out some of the gear I've got on there. If you do the exclamation mark discount, there's a 25% discount code you can use. Cheers, matey. And I'll be back in. Yeah, basically, what you find is a lot of the Final Fantasy stuff comes from mythology in various guises, or Final Fantasy itself was actually a knockoff of D&D when it was first released, if you can imagine that. So it was creating Dungeons and Dragons for a Japanese audience. So it's a bit of an odd one. So as long as we don't use we use original artwork and stuff. You can use, yeah, I know people do knockoff stuff all the time. As long as we're doing original artwork, even if we use some common names and stuff, the names aren't unique to them. So we'll do it for like what you call it, to draw parallels and stuff, but not to copy them. So the game's unique enough that it's unique, if you know what I mean. But there's definitely that bit of experience and stuff. So yeah, so I'm gonna run and grab a brew and a quick sandwich, and I'll be back in about 10 minutes. So don't go away, guys. Go and have a little peruse, and I'll see you shortly. Catch you in a minute, guys. Okay guys, back now. Let's catch up on the chat. What's going on? Okay, so yeah, so Shiva comes from like Hindu mythology, Hindu lore. Ifrit as well, I think, is a fire genie or a fire djinn or something like that. So yeah, so we take the mythological and we basically add a big fantasy slant to it. And obviously that's already been done and interpreted in one form. So we'll just be reworking it and doing our own thing. So, God, that's hot. Yeah, Xander, you know the TV series of Lucifer. I absolutely loved that. But I didn't realise it was based on the comic until it almost finished. Oh, my hands are frozen, man. Let's get my hands warmed up before we start. Well, it was ham sandwich with bacon A's. Which sounds weird, but and I've got one of these little cookies that the kids made me. Well, they didn't make it for me. They just made them and I've just nicked one. But they're quite nice. Ah, right. Didn't know that was under. Yeah, that's The Sandman's still on my watch list, actually. Did you ever watch American Gods? That was another good one. And there was I think it was a Swedish series of about the Norse gods. What was that called now? It was like a young kid basically realises he's Thor reincarnated and his brother becomes Loki. It's quite a weird show actually, but it's good. And they were fighting the giants who were just normal human size. Well, it's like we say, isn't it? There's nothing new under the sun. Everything's inspired by something else, and everybody takes inspiration from things. So it's crossing the line between the inspiration and the straight out copying. That's the line you've got to ride. And cross it at your own peril. What's going on there? How does that even work? I don't know, mate. I think, hey, Silver Moonlight, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. I don't know what's going on with the Twitch stream. The Twitch stream seems to just be all over the place. Maybe they're going to start doing they're going to start charging us for advertising and something like that. Didn't want me putting my advertising screen up. You'd have thought with the the changes they're making, Twitch should be trying to make things a little bit streamlined, a bit sharper. You're going to end up losing a lot of business otherwise, aren't they? A lot of streamers are going to start jumping ship if they know the streams aren't straight. Yeah, I've noticed a few people using Kick now, aren't they? I'll be honest, I don't care what platform I use because I'm not looking to actually monetize the platform. This is for accountability and a bit of company while I'm working. This is the reason I do this. It's not because I want to try and, like, you know, make a killing from subscription fees and all that kind of stuff. So as long as the platform, like, allows me to engage with people, I'm happy. But obviously, if certain platforms are working better than others, then it's got to be one to have a look at, isn't it? Yeah, see that. I mean, the reason I do streaming at all is because it's like, so say if I'm sitting around in the office and I've got stuff I need to do, I've tried various different things to make sure I'm staying on task. But like, somebody phones me or I get an email, or, you know, my mind goes off on a tangent and I end up kind of doing something I shouldn't be doing. I'm talking like, you know, I'll be sculpting a model that I shouldn't be sculpting, rather than, like, you know, playing games or whatever. But I've got, like, you know, I've got this one I need to do, but then I kind of have a little whimsical fancy, and it kind of takes me off on a tangent, and I end up sculpting something that's not even in my schedule. It puts me back and behind and whatever. And it's like, well, actually, if I say I'm sculpting Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday on stream from 10 in the morning till 2, 3 in the afternoon, then that time is spent sculpting, and I'm quite productive when I'm on stream. So it's more just, it literally is just accountability for me over anything else. So yeah, you guys, I mean, I'm streaming to Facebook, YouTube and Twitch at the moment already, all at the same time. So, you know, if you'd rather watch on YouTube or Facebook, then, you know, feel free to jump on there. You don't have to use Twitch. Doesn't bother me one way or the other which one you use. I mean, I've never considered it, mate. It's never been part of my plan to be a professional streamer. Do you know what I mean? I'm a sculptor first and foremost, and that's where I want to be. That's what I want to be doing. And if I can help people or have a positive influence on people while I'm doing it, then great. It's never been my end goal. I don't even know who Tyler is, mate. What was the crack there? What happened? Some of these big streamers, they don't actually do anything, do they? Just sit around doing like a podcast type thing and talk. Yeah, that's it, man. It's just having somebody around to keep you busy keep you occupied, sorry, and talk to whilst you're doing stuff that you need to be doing or you want to be doing. Because the other thing I found as well was like the reason I did my first ever Kickstarter was because of accountability. So the reason I did my first Kickstarter, I was making loads of models, and I was losing interest, and I was, you know, flitting around and jumping onto other stuff, and when I was doing that, I was not getting stuff done, and I'd find I'd never finish a model. Like I'd start halfway through, and then I'd find better ways of doing stuff, and then I'd change my design, and I'd rework stuff, and I'd move on to another one and do something else, and then never finish that one. And I was chatting to a mate of mine, Ollie, and he's the same. He'd kind of do something and then veer off on a tangent, get distracted, do something else, and we both kind of laughed about it, and we were like, you know, one day one of us is actually going to finish a project. And I was like, do you know what? I need to commit. I need to commit to it. So I got the Kickstarter set up, and I was like, right, guys, I'm going to do a Kickstarter. And it was a public commitment more than anything else. I mean, the extra money was nice, but I didn't make a lot in the end because I spent a lot of it on production and whatever else because it was all resin at the time. But it got me off the ground, it got the company started and whatever else. But it was one of those things that the only reason I did it was because it was to make me commit and finish. Do you know what I mean? Finish a project, like see it through to the end. And it worked, you know, having that commitment really did kind of get me across the line. Oh, cheers, Deb. I'm glad we can keep you company. That's a bit thick, isn't it? That's true. But yeah, I'd encourage anybody to do the same. You know, if you're struggling with that level of commitment, right. So he played competitive games, and when he'd lose, he'd break stuff in a fit of rage. Then Twitch made that a bannable offence, so he was banned. He tried to change and lost followers. Went back and Twitch banned him. God's sake. I suppose that's one of the problems. I suppose of becoming famous for having a negative character trait. But I'll tell you, the day Twitch tries to fine me for anything or bans me for doing something, I'll stop using them. In a heartbeat. So you know, I was watching a Mr. Beast video yesterday, and he was saying like nobody should ever try to be him. So he said he doesn't have any life. He makes millions and millions and millions, but he spends all that money then on videos. He doesn't have any money for himself. He doesn't keep it. He reinvests every penny of it. So even though he's made, you know, he makes millions per video, he then spends all of that money on his next video. And it's like an ongoing sequence for him, and every minute he's awake, every minute he's like conscious, he's working, and he's never not doing it. What's that there, Deb? You love seeing people who do world building online. Having a scheduled time slot to actually write stuff down is helpful, even if not many people are around at the time. Deb, do it, man. Do it. Get on the bandwagon. Even if you just get one or two people who join you and you know, chat it through. And if you want to do it without actually streaming, you can use our Discord server. So if you go into Discord here, we've got a page for, where was it now? It's got to be at the bottom somewhere, isn't it? Stories and fiction and stuff. So we've got that section there where you can put some bits in there. But we've also got like the voice channel. So you can go on to general here. You can log on and just basically just chat and invite. Just pop a message in general chat saying you're going into general to do some world building stuff. Anyone want to join you? And you might find people who just jump in the chat there and talk with you and keep you company whilst you're working, without you having to commit to doing like streaming and stuff. So it's an option. It's something I've used once in a while when I've not been able to stream and I want to kind of, you know, I want to talk to people, but I'm doing stuff that I can't put online. I use it, but it's it's harder to get people into there than it is to get them to join on a Twitch stream usually. But you know, it's an option for you. If I'm about, I'll jump in and join you. Yeah, you can go in there and you can stream your you can stream your desktop and stuff as well. So like if you're working on anything and you want to kind of pop it up there, and it's good to get a bit of instant feedback as well, isn't it? People can chip in and give you some info. I'll talk to you all about world building another day because I've done the Kingdom of Telarius and World of Idillion, which is for the game I've got coming up later in the year. Well, probably be early next year now, but Aprilish I think. Guys, just got the wife calling. Let me just mute you a second. Right, guys. I saw it saying here, so. Yeah, it does. It takes a lot of effort, doesn't it? I haven't used it for a while now, but I've got a program called Campfire that I use. I just realised that's on a subdiv. Let me just say off. Yeah, there's a program called Campfire I use for doing world building. It's quite good. I think Xander told me about one another time before, actually. Ah, RPG Maker world building. I hadn't thought about doing that. A novel, Debbie. Ooh. Yeah, this is the one I use. I've got an offline version that I bought a license for a while back, and then I think they put it all online. I'm already logged in, it looks like. Here we go then. So characters, manuscript locations, maps, research timeline, calendar, arcs, relationships, encyclopedia, magic, species, cultures, items, systems, languages, religions, philosophies. You can just bust these open, and I think if I remember right, you can do like. Oh yeah, you're totally sidetracking me. Yeah. You can do like trees and things like that to like link people together. You can link characters to events and things like that. So, yeah, it's all good stuff anyway. Yeah, Debbie should know by now. It doesn't take a lot to sidetrack me and take me off tangent. Yeah, yeah, it's a pre-made template, so you load it up and you've got all that stuff there, and you just populate it. Just load all your gear in. Right, let's shrink that. Deb, honestly, I think I've got bloody ADHD. The amount of like when I looked into it recently, and the amount of bloody symptoms and like the things they talk about, and I'm like, yep, yes, yep, yes. Is it something you should get diagnosed though? Like, would there be any purpose to me going to a doctor's now and saying, do I have it or not? Because that's the kind of thing I always think. Like, is there any point to getting an official diagnosis? Because like when you're a kid, you get support in school, don't you, and things like that. And you know, I'm not interested in being medicated on anything like that. So. Oh, that was a bit jazzy. I think you're a sociopath. I'm just kind of thinking, is there anything you can get to help you with it? Do you know what I mean? If that is the case, so like, I don't know if there is. So it's kind of one of them. Is like, is there any point of knowing? Is there any benefit to knowing? Or is it just life is the same but you now have an official medical condition? Which honestly just feels, you know, pointless. I mean, I'm sure I'm not alone with this one, but like, one of the ones with me is like, Hayley always moans at me because I'll go and say I'm going upstairs or something like that, and she'll be like, "Oh, while you're up there, can you grab this?" And I'm like, "Well, sure, yep, no worries." And I'll go up there, and then I'll go and do the thing I was up there to do, and I'll come back down, and then I've forgotten to do the thing that she asked for. Hey mate, how you doing? Thank you for the sub the other day, by the way, and welcome to the stream. damn. My brain goes into all sorts of kind of crazy when I'm trying to think of stuff. But it never bloody shuts off either. There's like no off switch for it. Oops, let's turn local off for that one. So Maine, how are you today? Thank you for joining the stream. Got any questions you need to ask, or you just want to chat about anything, then you just feel free. Ah, right. Brain 2 full mode. Main, how to separate a moustache after making a dynamesh on a face? Honestly, I tend not to bother. What I tend to do is I duplicate the face before I make the moustache. So let's use her face as an example. So I'll duplicate the body, and then on the duplicate I'll make the moustache. And then if I switch to the original one, then the moustache is proud, it's prominent over the top. So if I want to make the moustache a different colour, what I can do is I can just draw in on this one to carve it back. In fact, you can scrub the whole thing back. Then when we switch back to the other one, then we've got a moustache that is a different colour, that is separate. It doesn't have to be, you don't have to physically remove it. Of course, the other way of doing it is to, let me just delete that one. The other way of doing it would be using masking, so we can mask the area. Oh, you shitbag. I thought I was getting away with this today. Oh, I never heard about that one, Xander, but I'll be honest, if you don't like a doorbell ringing, don't have a doorbell. Oh, you bastard, I've just lost my little thing then. Do all that again in a minute, but yeah, let me just demonstrate what I was showing you anyway. Main, so masking brush active. Gonna mask off the moustache. Gonna extract the moustache. shape it, work it out, refine it how you want. Yeah, okay, that's just for you. There you go. So there's a moustache that is a completely separate object. Obviously it's not staying on this model, but we can turn that on and off in the tools, obviously. Just hide the visibility of it. And if you want to just obviously colour it differently, then you've got the option to do that. So there you go. Now she's got a little dark brown tash. Let's put some colours on there. Let's fill that red. Let's do that one white. That was mine. Oh, I lost the bloody scarf as well. Sod. Mine, did that help you, the run through on the moustache? I always find it's just easier to just sculpt it straight onto the face, but obviously it depends what your end use of the model is. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I mean between colour blindness and you know, scatterbrain syndrome and whatever else that I've kind of got by for 40 years nearly, so unless things start getting particularly worse, I think I'll just ride it out. Yep, colourblind as well. Not entirely. I can't see red lights. I struggle with reds. For me, it's more differentiating colours. I struggle with. So painting models has always been a bit of a challenge, but I've learned to kind of deal with it because I tend to paint in values, and obviously paints are all named. So when I'm painting a model and I need to use reds, for example, I'll look at the colour values of the reds. So if you don't know what I mean when I'm talking about values, it's if you were to make it all grayscale, the grayscale is the value, the grey is the value. So I'll look at the value of the colour, and basically use that information to decide which colours to use, and this is probably a far more difficult way than what I was doing originally, isn't it? Now, if you see Bunkers Mate Rosie, who's often on the streams as well, he's colourblind, but he literally can't see colour. He used to be able to, which is why he can paint now. He paints really well, actually, but he can't see colour anymore. But for me, I've never been able to see it. It's just something I've had to kind of cope with and deal with. Yellows and greens are sometimes confused as well. Reds. If I look at bright blues and bright blues and bright reds next to each other, or bright reds on bright greens, that will give me like a near instant migraine. It's like my brain just can't deal with it. And I can't identify. If you give me a page of black text on white paper, I cannot find one red word on that page. Yeah, there's only two bits that are red on there, isn't there though? Just the skirt and the kind of the, what do you call it, a bolero or something like that, the bolero cardigan. I can deal with that. That's not too bad for me, that isn't. And as daft as it sounds, I can kind of see large blocks of red. It's little bits I struggle with. And it's tones as well, so like red tones together. So I can't see red lights, things like laser pens, can't see that. Can't see a laser pen. Traffic lights I'm alright with because it's a light behind a red lens. I know it's a red lens and I can see the light, so that's fine. But if it was projected onto a wall, can't see it. So my mum, who knew I was colourblind, once bought me an alarm clock, and it was a projection alarm clock that projected the time onto the wall using red lights. And we fired it up, and I was like, yeah, it doesn't work, it's broke. She's like, it's not broke. And I'm like, is it red, Mum? Yes, it's red. What kind of see, Mum? Red lights. So the flashy alarm clock had to go back. So I went to school with this daft girl called Kerry as well. She was a bit of a plonker. Funny, but silly. Not the sharpest tool in the box. And we were doing PE at school, and our PE shirts were red. And when she found out that I was colourblind, I couldn't see red, she got all sheepish and started like trying to cover up. We found out afterwards it was because she thought I couldn't see red, so therefore I was watching her running around topless. I'm like, yeah, this is it's a disability, not a superpower. So I haven't got X-ray vision. I'm just colourblind. So. Yeah. I mean, it'd be ace if it was. Yes, mate, absolutely. So I use it a lot, and I don't know why. Like I literally could just avoid using it, and it'd make life so much easier. But I feel like I need to in certain places. Like my original plan for the tiefling is she was going to be purple. I was going to give her purple skin. I could deal with purple a little bit better. But then when Alex drew the artwork for me, he coloured this kind of like reddish brown, and I quite liked it. I was like, I'll go with that. I say, it makes my life a bit more difficult. You'll see me swearing at Zbrush sometimes because it gives me, when I polygroup models, like this is obviously blue at the moment. If I put that on there, you see how it's got like a colour attached to it. And usually the first colour I get is like this awful red. I can't even make out the detail on it. It's going past it. Deliberately not giving it me now. I mean, that's bad enough. It's not the one I'm looking for. There's a red material it gives you anyway as a polygroup. It's usually the default one. And yeah, it's a pain in the arse for me because I can't really see the details on the model, so I have to change it immediately to be able to work on it. Yeah, it's one of those things where like people are kind of like, well, you know, how do you paint models if you're colourblind? It's like, well, it's quite hard to explain because I've just done it for 34 years. Do you know what I mean? It's just something I've just got on with. You know, overcome and adapt and all that business, but. Yeah, I think if you read the D&D books, I think they're only read. I could be wrong about that. I know people have kind of like changed it up a little bit, and there's obviously a lot of personal characters and things like that people have kind of done that they've done their own things with. But I think officially, a tiefling has red skin. I'll have to double check that though. Yeah, mine I did the red version, and AJ did some paint overs for me, some recolouring, which is like a green version and a purple version. I think the purple one was my favourite. I think there was a blue one, but I can't remember. I think it was blue. Well, yeah, you just got to get on with it, haven't you? You either let it defeat you, or you crack on and you persevere, and like I say, become better for it. I don't remember that happening, the abort action thing. I'm going to save it because that feels ropey to me, that does. Yeah, one of my first jobs I had was a data entry job. and we had to do this thing called OCR, which was optical character recognition, where you scan a document in. You know those forms where you have to fill in, you have to write each letter in one box? It was taking those forms, scanning them, and basically making sure that the computer had interpreted the form correctly and the writing correctly. So it would scan it all in, and then it kind of highlight on the form, on the digital scan, any areas where it thought you'd made a mistake. And it got all this black writing, and fantastically what would happen is it would give you a little red letter, red word, where it wasn't sure if that letter was correct. And because I couldn't see it, I couldn't do what everybody else had to do, which was just look for the red letters and change them. I had to read through everything and make sure everything matched up and married up. So for me, the job was like 10 times harder and more difficult, but I still managed to pace it and kind of do it, because I just got good at doing what I was doing. I just got good at proofing things fast. But it is weird, isn't it? It's like you say, it is a very odd kind of situation. What's that gold? Is that gold? Right, I think it's one of those, isn't it? You got that whole the academic side of things and learning styles. I think there's a lot to account for. There was a guy I went to school with called Phil, and he was in school he was the class joker. You know what I mean? He was always taking the piss and larking around in class and everything. I remember once we had a maths teacher, and I remember him kind of. He used to always pick on him, and he'd kind of go and say, like, you know, what's the answer to such and such, and then he'd give him a question. He'd be like, Philip, are you making up your own questions again? And it'd be a bit of a, you know, a bit of a joke at his expense kind of thing. And then fast forward to like now, and he's bloody researching cures for cancer. Do you know what I mean? So this guy who was like the class clown, he was clearly more intelligent than anybody gave him credit for. He just wasn't being challenged, and like school wasn't the kind of the optimal environment for him to learn in. Oh, you bastard. I think that's always something you've got to be mindful of, do you know what I mean? Thin these out in a minute. They're a bit too chunky. Deb, what year groups do you teach? So my wife's just gone back into teaching for a little bit. She's doing nursery. This is that loud track, isn't it? Oh, I've got to tell you about a little proud dad moment today. So normally my kids are up about 7 o'clock, which I understand from speaking to some parents is an achievement in itself. So yeah, they normally wake up about 7ish, and then come into us or call us and sit and watch a bit of telly with us if it's a weekend or sort of school holidays or whatever. And take them downstairs, get them breakfast and get them settled for the day. And this morning Jacob didn't surface until about 8:30. And I was like, where are you, mate? What's going on? Anyway, he comes into our room and I said, oh, where you been? You been asleep? And he was like, no. He said, I've been reading Lord of the Rings. He's got my Lord of the Rings books. He's been reading the Fellowship of the Ring. He'd read he woke up in the morning, eager to read, picked it up and got through like 45 pages of it or something like that before he got out of bed. He's just turned 8. I know, good isn't it? I was like, yes, mate. And Hayley was like, why is he reading that boring stuff? And I'm like, it's not boring. It's a classic. It's boring. I went, have you read it? No. Shut up. Don't judge. I found The Hobbit to be harder work than The Lord of the Rings, actually, you know. I found it quite hard to get into. Yeah, I've got the. I mean, it's an enormous book, but the Hobbit one I've got is the one from the 1970s movie of the Hobbit where they're all like little fat things. I've got the book of that. Like it's about a foot wide. This book is it's massive. You see, Deb, you know it's not boring. It's a literary classic. And everyone should read it at least once. I like that, Xander. Yeah, I think I'm the same. We had Jacob was doing his ancient Egypt at school, and I couldn't stop myself from kind of like re-educating him about Egypt. He's learning all this stuff, and I'm going, no, what you on about the pharaohs built the pyramids? No. It was aliens, mate, aliens. Do Do you know, Lovecraft is something I've never delved into. I should, and at some point I probably will. But I've not ventured there yet. I've never had that like exposure to it. So I'm aware of its existence, but I've not kind of got into it. For me, it was all Discworld books I read. And then lately, or more lately, since I started doing my self-employed bit, sculpting models for a living, I got into the Legend of Driss books by R.A. Salvatore. Or Salvatore, how do you pronounce his surname? They are good books, actually. I want to get you, mate, yeah. Well, did you see the whole thing recently about that? The girl who refused to acknowledge her classmate as identifying as a cat. I mean, it was a disgraceful display of teaching. And there was the whole thing where what do you call it? Prime Minister and the Education Secretary stepped in and got involved, and they went out and audited the school. And the teacher's argument was basically that this girl was despicable for refusing to acknowledge her friends identifying as a cat, because you can identify as whatever you want. Oh, Deb, honestly, look it up. It was a school in Surrey, I think it was. And this girl and a friend recorded the conversation, and the teacher really goes off on her and calls her despicable for not acknowledging it. And she's like, well, if she can be a cat, can I be a kangaroo? And she's like, don't be ridiculous. Like, you know, it's like, well, why not? You know, surely that's how it works. And the teacher turns around to her and says, if you know, you're a despicable person, and if you can't accept that your friend is that this girl is a cat or identifies as a cat, then you need to go and find yourself another school. And the mom got hold of it, reports it onto social media, and it got escalated up to the Education Secretary, who basically turns up to the school and does a big audit, and they've referred the kid who identifies as a cat for therapy or for counselling, and started looking into all the other policies at school about how things are taught. But interestingly, the PM and the Education Minister both turned around and they've said to teachers, to head teachers now, that like trans ideology and this self-identification thing is not allowed to be taught in British schools. It's a contested ideology and has no place in the school system, irrespective of the teacher's own opinions and beliefs. So they're literally saying that if you believe it, keep it to yourself, and don't inflict it on the kids. And I imagine that would extend to things like we were saying about the aliens and stuff earlier, and not necessarily aliens, but like non-mainstream teachings about ancient history and stuff. So it's interesting the way it's gone, because if that had have happened in America, it would have gone down totally differently, wouldn't it? Although it depends what state it's in from the sound of things, so that seems to have gone absolutely crazy at the moment. Yet one state makes it illegal to not accept somebody's self-identification, and another one basically turns around and goes, there are only two genders and it's illegal for you to say otherwise. So, you think you're identifying as something else, think again, mate. It's just bizarre. Do you know, I just... The thing I object to about it all, do what you want. Do what you want to do, but don't expect everybody else to bow to you and kind of, you know, flex for your benefit. Like, the world doesn't owe you anything. Do you know what I mean? No, but nobody else owes you a thing. And it's... We live in a society where people believe contrary to that everybody owes them something. It's entitlement on a phenomenal scale, you know. And it annoys me when I see the videos of people kind of saying, like, you know, they identify as you know, they, them, or whatever, and somebody kind of asks them what the pronouns are, and they get upset by it because they're like, they want to be upset that you haven't asked. So when you do ask, they get upset because they can't be upset. It is narcissistic. But everything about it is just like, the world is just a weird place right now. And I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of like this whole, you know, censorship and things. I always say to my kids, you need to look at both sides of the story before you make an opinion on anything. And the problem is, like, they're literally trying to remove the ability for the other side of the story to exist. And I don't like that. There's two sides to every argument. You need to see both sides and you need to make your opinion yourself. For right or for wrong, but you do it educated. Like, knowing the facts, you know what I mean? Teach children to question, discuss on it. Yeah, exactly. And they're removing the ability for anyone to do that by removing, like, well, frankly, freedom of speech, isn't it? Remove your ability to have, you know, logical, sensible discussions and healthy arguments. Cheers, Bunker. Let's do it. Yeah, it does concern me that this is the world that the kids are growing up in. Do you know what I mean? My kids are young and they're not really kind of seeing this at the moment. They're not influenced by it, which I'm thankful for. I'm kind of hoping by the time that they're old enough to be influenced by it, they'll have things will have calmed down a little bit. But also I'm hoping, you know, just me being the dad, I can ground them out a little bit and teach them to see reason, and, you know, they're clever kids, you know, I've got faith they'll make the right decisions. But if I found out they were being taught weird stuff at school, I'd be right down there kicking off, I tell you. Yeah, that's it. That's what it boils down to, isn't it? I need to merge these with the boots. I'm going to have to move and reshuffle these because these legs look fat as anything, man. I need to really make sure they're not. They look far too chunky and she's not supposed to be that chunky. I can live with that. So Deb, did you say what year group is it you teach? Sorry. What's tick history? Ah, reception year 1 and year 2. Ah, you get on well with my wife then. So she's done all the foundation stuff for years now. So she was a foundation stage manager for a while before we had Jacob and Willow. And then when she'd had Jacob, she was still foundation stage manager, but like doing it on like a part-time basis. And then it became a bit too much for her, so she chucked that one in and went back to just normal teaching, let somebody else do the manager bit. Yeah, she's done all the early years groups and key stage 1 and that. But I never understand, right? I mean, they call it foundation stage, don't they? But like, why do the schools spend so much time firefighting in year 5 and 6 to try and get the kids up to standards where they're not even able to like read and write properly? Why do they spend so much time firefighting at that end of the school rather than investing in the kids when they're in the foundation stage where they should be investing in them? I'm not being radical by saying that, am I? Surely that's common sense, isn't it? Or am I being? Is that wishful thinking? If you build a house on crap foundations, the house is going to fall down later, isn't it? It's literally in the name. Let's sort that out, because it looks like she's got some massive great big collar on, doesn't she? Oh, jeez, that's... Yeah, it makes a difference, doesn't it? Giving the kids the tools they need early on, a little bit of confidence in their own abilities. But I kind of think we're barking up the wrong tree with education, full stop, really, because we spend all this time giving the kids like foundation information to kind of get by with, like, you know, things like maths and English and whatever else. Yeah, they need to know that kind of stuff. Fair enough. But where's all the bloody life skills? You know, why did we not teach the kids how to do taxes and, you know, accounting and like banking and, you know, business information, you know, just general stuff they need to kind of survive in everyday life. Yeah, exactly, you know. I don't care if they learn about ancient Egypt and stuff, you know. They're old enough and they get to learn, you know, they get to know about these things themselves. They develop an interest in stuff. Then yeah, fair enough, you know, let them learn about it. But, you know, what's the point of teaching like little kids about ancient Egypt and mummification and stuff, apart from it being a bit interesting and that's something to like knock up some time? They really do need to be learning like just life skills, cooking. Yeah, I know we do food tech classes and stuff, but, you know, they teach you how to make a bleeding fruit salad in there, don't they? Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't remember making anything useful in food technology at school. Went to college, you do general studies for a year, and like, even general studies was bollocks. Nothing. It was covering over everything you've learned for the last like 5 years in maths and English and you know, doing everything all in one go, but in the most basic and primitive format, just for anybody who didn't quite get it in the first time. Yeah, exactly. I mean, sine and cosine and tangent, all that kind of stuff. Why do I need that? Pythagoras' theorem, you know. When have I ever used that in my life? Apart from to help the kids with their homework when they have to do it. Do you know what I mean? It's not, ain't gonna happen. If I need to know it, it's because I'm doing engineering or something like that, in which case I'll learn it. I'll learn it for the cause for which I need it, but no point in generally educating everybody to that same level. I'll be honest, learning how to use Excel would be far more useful for most people. God, Hayley still don't use Excel properly now. Makes me cry when I see her using Excel. She has to write do a table. She calls it a grid. That makes me shudder. Gotta do a grid. No, it's a table. Use Excel. I don't want to use Excel. I'm going to use Word. No! What are you doing, woman? And then she has to do some calculations for her PTA stuff. So, like, she's the PTA treasurer. So, I'm there kind of going, right, let's set you up a spreadsheet. We'll get you a, you know, some calculations. All you got to do is put the numbers in. And I'll put the numbers in. I'll go to put the calculations in. And then I come back later, look at some of the things. She's like, oh, it's not working. What do you mean it's not working? Oh, the spreadsheet's not working properly. It's not adding up properly. And I go through and I look at it, and she's manually typed some of the numbers in. I'm like, where'd you get these numbers from? Oh, I used a calculator. Like, I put a fucking formula in the cell. Use the formula. Like, literally the spreadsheet's there to do the hard work for you. Oh yeah, but don't trust it. Well, trust it, because it's more effective than your bloody calculator. I'm like, what are you doing to me, woman? Yeah, the only thing I've got to be mindful of with Wikipedia and YouTube is it's this. I think I've talked about it before. We get these echo chambers like going on in not social media generally, but any kind of internet now. So you have so much stuff that is like when you're looking online, the internet wants to tailor your experience so it's something enjoyable for you, so that you see content you're going to engage with. So it kind of tracks and monitors the kind of things you watch, the kind of things you look at, the kind of things you engage with, and gives you more of that stuff. Which means that when you start to look up things, you end up finding things that are skewed and biased towards things that are the way that you think yourself. So you've got to be really careful. Well, yeah, that's it. You've got to be really careful when you're doing anything like that, because you don't know if you're seeing a skewed viewpoint. And like, I've used my niece as an example before, as you know, somebody who's like quite extreme with their viewpoints and her opinions on animal cruelty and stuff. And you know, there's a real danger that she's going to end up becoming real radicalised at some point, to like, you know, PETA standards where, you know, they're doing all sorts of crazy shit, because her opinions kind of fall along those lines anyway, and you don't want them falling into that kind of crowd and kind of getting dragged into the you know, that level of nonsense. So you just have to be really, really careful that you know, to try and avoid it. And obviously knowing it's an issue to start with is part of the problem. Is first part of solving it, I suppose. Yeah, exactly, and that's my kind of philosophy on anything with the kids. You know, I always make sure that they're aware of that. Even now, do you know what I mean? Like, they're seeing things on YouTube and they're, you know, seeing things on, like, on TV. I mean, some of the stuff coming out of Disney at the moment is shocking, but that's to be expected, isn't it? But even like kids' YouTube and stuff, it's full of stuff I don't really want them seeing. Yeah, exactly, and yeah, tribalism's got a lot to answer for, hasn't it? But I'm looking at. I mean, I've never really been one to follow the crowds, but and I'm lucky that my kids seem to be kind of going in the same kind of direction. Jacob's quite happy to just, when he goes on the bus for school trips and stuff, he's happy to just sit on his own. Doesn't have to sit with friends, and he quite enjoys his own company. Willow, she does enjoy her time with her friends and she likes to spend time with them, but she also equally likes to just have a little sit down and chill to herself and have a little bit of wind down time, so she's not dependent upon her all the time. So, you know, in that respect, we're doing well with them. I say all you can do is your best as a parent, though, isn't it? You know, you just got to kind of do what's right with the kids and you know, do your best to kind of educate them and give them the tools you need for life, or they need for life rather. Yeah, there's definitely an element of that. I mean, I will say kids they don't know what's best for them, despite their insistencies. And there will be times when we've like, you know, you're arguing with the kids over stupid stuff. It's like you ask a kid, what do you want for dinner? They're going to pick like, chicken nuggets and ice cream or something, aren't they? They're not going to pick the healthier option necessarily. So we've kind of gone down the route of trying to educate our kids about, good nutrition, and they know they can have their treats and stuff as long as they're eating the good stuff. And they're both pretty good, to be honest. Jacob, you give him a choice of dinner and stuff, he's probably going to go for a roast dinner rather than like junk. We give him a choice of a treat meal, Willow will probably go for a McDonald's, which is fair enough, but she'll still have all the healthy stuff. Whereas Jacob will almost inevitably go down the route of sushi. Or something Japanese. Because he's just badass like that. Yeah, and it comes down to parenting. 99.9% of the time, it's parenting, isn't it? You've got to learn to say no to the kids as well. You can't just give them everything they want all the time. That doesn't benefit them either. That's how you get spoiled little brats, isn't it? And ultimately, you're making life hard for yourself if you say yes to them all the time as well. Because when you do have to say no to them, they're going to listen to it and they won't accept it. Turned into quite a deep and philosophical sculpting session, this one has. But no wrong with that. Yeah, having you ears and reminds me of my mate Moley. He's very similar. He's a well-building DM. And he tends to get drawn into quite deep and involved conversations. Well, it's not a problem if the other people are willing participants. It's only a problem if it's if it's received like a fart in an elevator, isn't it? It's You twat. I knew that was going to do that. I don't know why it keeps doing this lately. Bear with me guys, I'm just in the zone at the moment. Hey Zand, it's not a problem, mate. You've got to question everything. You take everything on face value the minute you are introduced to a concept or a story or anything else. Then you're falling into that trap of, you know, just believing the hype or picking up one side of the argument and running with it without seeing the others. That's like literally exactly what we've been chatting about, isn't it? You know, making sure you're as well rounded as possible. Probably wants to be slightly more blue than that, I think. I don't know. Right, so, and we go back to the topic of history. And history not necessarily being what we think. So, we've got things like the Antithecra mechanism. So it's found off the coast of Greece. It's dated to about was it about 2000 BC or something like that. Basically, it's dated to the era of the ancient Greeks. So we have a preconceived idea of what ancient Greece was like based on what we already currently understand, what we're taught at school, etc. Then you've got the Antithecra mechanism, which doesn't fit the profile of anything because it's as complex as Swiss clockwork in the 16th century. And it's a computer that charts the position of stars and planets and moons. So it's not a computer in the sense that we know computers now, but it is like, you know, it's a device that's used to compute locations. So when you've got a device like that, which is dated to the same era as the ancient Greeks, but technologically belongs in the 16th century, it's hard to accept that into what the understanding of history is. And for most part, they just get written off as out-of-place artifacts and disregarded, and the understanding goes on as, as we believe. The whole thing about pyramids being being built by pharaohs. The belief with that one is that there was one guy who was like funded by he got a research grant kind of thing, and he'd got all this funding to go and discover something and prove that his theory about the pharaohs building pyramids was correct. And under great duress and smashing into a tomb and finding there was nothing there, forged the writings to make it look like it was the pharaoh's tomb. And basically picked a pharaoh he was familiar with, or who he'd hyped up for it. Basically said, like, we found this pharaoh's name written in this tomb. So all subsequent studies of like the pyramids have all gone on a basis that they were built around the time of this pharaoh's era. And that the Great Pyramid is like, however old they believe it to be. The reality of it is that it was more than likely this guy had fabricated that evidence to stop himself looking bad and make it look like his research was worthwhile. Hey, on the topic of time, I saw something the other day, and I don't know how true it is, but apparently there was potentially we actually could be living in the year 1700, not the year like 2023. There was a thing I was reading where they were saying that they think that can't remember who it was now. Somebody tried to lay claim to the Roman Empire or something like that, or to something. There's some claim made over something, and there was a bit of a conspiracy between like the Pope and I need to look into it, man. But yeah, basically the theory was that the calendar was changed. At one point there's 300 years or something like that not accounted for, or not properly accounted for. I'll find some more information on it, and I'll pop it in the group, in the Discord chat somewhere. I thought it was quite an interesting thing that actually, because of the way history's gone and people trying to lay claim to empires and whatnot, that we've ended up losing time. That is Fina actually, not Fina, Victoria actually almost complete. Here we go. Here's that thing about the history thing, about the dates. Historians believing we're currently living in 1724. This is published back in 2021, so obviously it'd be 1720, what's that, 26 now? So Pope Gregory the 13th introduced the Gregorian calendar. Prior to this, the Roman world and Europe had used the Julian calendar, proposed by Julius Caesar in 48 BC. There's two possibilities though. Either the Pope did the maths wrong, or 300 years between then and now didn't actually exist, and large chunks of history, including Charlemagne, have been fabricated for tenuous purposes. That just sounds like terrible. What do you call it? Read up on it, see what you think. It sounds like BS, doesn't it, for a lot of it, I think. Okie dokie. Right then. I need to stop there, I think. So next time tomorrow's stream I might have to do something different, but next time I work on her I'll do the little fox squirrel, and we'll also get the what's call it, a bow made, and get her posed up ready. Oh yeah. Right, there's not many of us on. Oh, we got GM Workshops playing Baldur's Gate 3. Mike Moans isn't on today, or he's not on right now. We've got Art of Mike Disney over on doing some D&D stuff. Or we've got a couple of guys, Brush for Hire, Studio J7 doing Warhammer. Let's do a Mike Disney drop-in. Right then guys, let's go and say hello to Mike. And I'll be back tomorrow doing a little bit more sculpting stuff. I'm not sure what yet, but I'll be doing more stuff. So thank you all. Thanks for joining me. Thanks for keeping me company, and thank you for the in-depth existential discussions. So have a good and all. Cheers, Bunker. Thank you for your help again today, matey. And yeah, we'll catch you later, taters. Let's go raid. Say hello to Mike. Oh, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go, go, go. Cheers, guys. Adios.